So this is just a seal on my screen. This is not related to the state. I have very good see. I think we got it. But you might need to, Mr. Evers, can you?
Yeah.
You're good?
Yeah, we have to make sure it's done, yes. So everything's on that, and we have, invoked through the sequestration prior to the jury entry, other than as already noted, the state would ask that Agent Hunter Carolina remain with the state to his assistance or representation thereof.
All right. All right, bring in the jury. Now, what do I hit, Mr. Evers? Nothing?
No, don't hit the button.
He didn't let me start. But I'm told this is not him. That's him.
Any witnesses should be out.
Majority of them, yes, are under subpoena.
Okay, so you can see it when we let me.
Yes, they can get, they're all. Yes. Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your prompt return. As you leave the courtroom and re-enter, the court is going to propound standard set of questions relative to your communications with anybody about this case. All right, so again, please raise your hand if anyone has attempted to discuss with you or within your hearing or presence anything relative to this case. Court knows no response. Please raise your hand if you've seen anything since your departure on the television, read anything in the newspaper, retrieved anything from the internet, or heard anything on the radio relative to this case. Please raise your hand. Court knows no response. Please raise your hand if you are not prepared at this point to decide this case solely based upon the testimony presented in this case within the confines of these walls. Court knows no response. It'll make more sense if it goes on once you actually get the testimony. The court will propound that when you return for lunch, when you return the next day, lunch. All right? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are prepared to begin the case with opening statements. Each side has an opportunity to make a presentation. The state will begin.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I did correspond with the head of the jury sworn.
Yeah, I did not. I don't think so. Yes, I did, didn't
I'm not sure, I'm not sure that you did.
I? That's the first thing I do. That's the first thing I do. Did I swear them, Madam Court Reporter? So what? I will re-swear them if I need to. But it's the first part. I know I did, but I'm going to double check. Stand again, raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon the bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Evelyn Odom, AKA Zemeka Luciana, and who is charged with the following offenses. Count 1, felony murder. Count 2, cruelty to children in the first degree. Count 3, aggravated battery, family violence. Count 4, conspiracy to commit concealing death of another person. Count 5, concealing death of another person. And a true verdict give, according to the evidence we have got, please accept by saying I do.
I do.
Thank you. That's okay, no problem. Very safe and sorry. Okay? Thank you. All right, state may proceed, opening statements.
Please, the court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Greg Edwards, and I'm your district attorney, and along with Prosecutor Tracy Mullis, we represent the people of Dougherty County, and we represent the people of the state of Georgia. We represent you and your friends and your neighbors, and we will be presenting to you all the case of the state of Georgia versus this defendant, Evelyn Odom. And during the course of this case, we will show you that this defendant did the worst thing that a mother could do, and that is take the life of her child. And then just made her disappear from the face of the earth. That's what she did, as the evidence to show, ladies and gentlemen. And as noted, the charges in this particular case, as already noted, include felony murder, cruelty to a child in the first degree, aggravated battery, and counts of conspiracy to conceal the death of another, and concealing the death of another. And I will give you the background of this case, as you will hear the evidence for your consideration in this matter. The state expects the evidence to show that this defendant is, as the evidence will show, a perfect train wreck in terms of original ability, a dominating personality, and being just mean. And that's what the evidence is going to show about this defendant. Now, the thing about what this defendant's situation is this. To begin with, she began as a teenage mother. And the evidence will show that she began first with her first child, Gregory Plea. The second child was Kenyatta Odom. The third child was Patrick Thompson. Fourth child was Carrie Sanders. And she had a fifth child, Ulysses Sanders Jr. And the evidence will show that the oldest child, Gregory Plea, he was born in November of 1982. Followed next by Kenyatta, who was born within 10 months of his birth in 1983. The next child was born a couple years later. The next child was a couple years later. And the last child, Ulysses Sanders Jr., was born on September 29, 1988. Now, Ulysses Sanders Jr. died by natural causes on December 5th of 1988. And his life, brief as it was, sort of sets the timeline for events. But at the time, when Kenyatta Odom was killed, there were 5 children in the household. 5 small children. 5 small children. The oldest being Gregory at age 6. Stair steps on down. And the defendant began having children at probably age 14, 15. And these 5 children were all now in being about 5 years later in 1988. So you have that level of small children all together at one time with this very young mother, teen mother. And the state submits that this has set the stage for some of the things that occurred during this situation, resulting ultimately in the death of Kenyatta. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I want you to wrap your heads around is that the defendant in the courtroom here is different chronologically from the person that did these crimes. You need to wrap your heads around the notion that the individual depicted here is the one that did these crimes. The youthful person that did these crimes, and the defendant here in court represents decades of holding a secret of what she did and lying about what she did. So you must wrap your head around the notion that it was a young person that physically was doing these crimes and did these crimes and doing the things that you're going to hear that occurred during this case. So you must wrap your heads around that as you hear the evidence. Now, the victim in this case, Kenyatta Odom, had been born in August of 1983. And as the evidence would show, she had 3 strikes against her in relation to her mother. The first strike against her in relation to her mother began with her inception. And the evidence would show that Evelyn Odom indicated that Kenyatta, also known as Kiki, was the product of a forced sex act. She was forced upon by a man that she indicated was, that Evelyn Odom indicated was older than her. Somebody that hung around the family and that she only knew as Jess. And effectively what she was describing as the father of and the instance that brought about Kenyatta's birth was rape. And that's the first strike for Kenyatta in relation to her mother. And Kenyatta, as you see here, you see a picture of her, one of the few pictures of her when she was alive. And next to that picture is an artist's rendition of her that was created from her body. So that was the first strike, being the product of an unwanted sexual act. The second strike in relation to this defendant, Kenyatta, Kiki, was that she was not fully formed. She was, maybe, we don't know, we don't have the medical records, but she had physical problems. Her body, she had some problem walking, and She had those kind of problems with her body. She did not thrive. She did not flourish. She was well underweight for her stated age of 5 years old when she was killed. Well underweight. And the third strike in relation to the victim and her mother was that she apparently was not developed mentally, intellectually. She did not thrive as a child. And she had problems. She was constantly soiling herself. She was 5 years old and occasionally had to wear diapers. Even though she's 5 years old. In fact, she found a diaper on her body when her body was split. So she had these 3 strikes against her in particular. And you had this in conjunction with, really for the defendant, a household of small children. An infant, a couple of toddlers, and a 4th child that was with issues that Kiki Kenyatta had. So it was a perfect storm in terms of the potential for what happened to Kenyatta. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear witnesses that will describe how they saw the defendant, Evelyn Odom, dealing with Kiki, with Kenyatta. And you will hear instances from the witnesses that include acts of neglect and punishment that were directed completely to her, all during her short life. Witnesses will describe what they saw. So please listen to all what you hear from the witnesses about what they directly saw in relation to how the defendant treated Kenyatta, Kiki. Now, moving forward, we're going to talk about the actual crime itself. The events of the crime. And as we begin, the evidence will show that there was a house located in North County where this crime occurred. Now, the house itself was a duplex embedded in one part of the duplex at 1212 West Avenue. I think that's the correct address. And that's where the crime took place. And again, at this small location was the defendant, 5 children, and Ulysses Sanders. Small apartment. They're all in this apartment. And so, again, the situation developed. Now, the state expects the evidence to show that this crime took place in the house. And it was a time, again, within the life period of Ulysses Sanders Jr. Again, looking at the time frame of his brief life. And that provided a timeline for the events that were part of this case. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the evidence will show, Ulysses Sanders and Evelyn Odom were living together at that time. And Ulysses Sanders had brought in and took in all of Evelyn Odom's children. And there were no problems in relation to that. But one thing about the situation was Evelyn Odom insisted on disciplining her children. Her children. And that's what she did in all these instances. That's what she did in relation to Kenyatta. These are my children. And that's what she did in relation to her children. And that's what the evidence will be during the course of this trial. And the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that, again, there were no problems in relation to the life of Ulysses Sanders and Evelyn Odom at the time this case began, or the situation began. That will be the evidence that you will see. Now, a little bit more about what happened before we get to her story. The evidence is going to show you that on the crime itself, that Ulysses Sanders was home, they were all home, everybody was home that evening. And in the instance that this crime took place, apparently, Kiki, Kenyatta, had soiled herself yet again. Yet again. And what may have been an effort to engage in some sort of painful compliance and make her do better, the defendant engaged in an act of taking Kenyatta into the bathroom and apparently filling the tub with scalding hot water. And she placed the child in that water. You will hear that when she placed the child in that water, Ulysses Sanders was in the next room and heard the screams. Heard the screams. And came in and observed that the child was severely injured. Severely injured around her feet and ankles, after being placed in the hot water. The hot water caused severe scalding injuries. Scalding injuries that included skin of the child slopping off, and in the description given by Ulysses Sanders, it looked like the child's legs were fried chicken. He was so severely injured at that moment. And that's when things went the way they did. you will hear that Ulysses Sanders wanted to call emergency medical services, call for aid for the child. But this was overruled by Evan Odom. We can't do that. We're not going to do that. The child needed aid, but no aid was provided. No aid was provided, notwithstanding these severe injuries that Kenyatta suffered. And the evidence will show that rather than call for assistance, rather than get medical treatment, Evan Odom was putting the child on the bed and kept the child. And the child lingered for a period of about 4 days, 4 or 5 days before she died. Before she died. And then what happened next? Well, they went into panic mode. What happens now? What happens now? And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that they came up with that notion that we just need to get rid of the body. And that's what they worked up to do. They did this together. They did this together. It was Evan Odom's hand that caused injuries. But they both worked together to hide this crime. It seemed obvious that she did not want police or anybody else involved in this situation because of what she had done. The child lingered for about 4 or 5 days, as the evidence will show, and the only attention given to was some over-the-counter ointments that were put on the child. But other than that, she lingered for about 4 or 5 days before it expired. And the deal was that, we're going to deal with it now. The evidence will show that Ulysses Sanders was at work when he's contacted by the defendant Evan Odom and informed that the child is not dead. Well, he comes and finds the child dead. So then they take steps together and they decide to take the body, just get rid of it. The evidence will show that the defendant wrapped the child up in a blanket and they then did more to hopefully conceal the situation. They got concrete and poured it on top of the child, who went out in a box, an entertainment box, as you will see, that was used to hold her body. They took the entertainment box And pursuant to her idea, it was her idea to take the child to a remote area in Waycross, Georgia. And why this area? Is because she was familiar with it, because she had relatives there, and had been in that area and knew that area. That's why Waycross. She had an aunt that lived there, and she was there, and she knew that area. That's why they went to Waycross. And left the body in Ware County. And so, that's what Ellen Odom did. And from that point, Kenyatta Kiki was just erased. She was just erased. And again, the notion was she was erased when ultimately Melissa Sanders and her broke up. They went their separate ways. The explanation that Ellen Odom gave for where's Kiki, where's Kenyatta, you'll hear essentially two different stories that she told, lies that she told for decades. One particular lie was she's with her father. And she's here and there living her best life. She's living her best life. This is the story she told to family members and others. She also erased Kenyatta by not ever saying anything else about her, notwithstanding that she had ongoing relationships with other men moving forward. They were aware of her other children, but Kenyatta was erased. Kenyatta was erased. When questioned by law enforcement, the story was this. Where's Kenyatta? Oh, she's with Medea. Medea. Who is Medea? Well, all I know, she's a woman in the neighborhood. And she went on to say, well, that's not the fictional Tyler Perry character, Medea. It's a woman that lives in the neighborhood. And even though she said it wasn't Medea, the fictional character, she describes effectively Medea. A middle-aged woman who just took Kenyatta with her. Where? She's with Medea. She's with Medea. This is what she's telling law enforcement. Now, where is Kenyatta? Knowing full well that her body had been dumped in Ware County those years back. So, as noted, when the the case began, and you saw that in the earlier photographs, the body was located in Ware County. The initial investigation was carried out by the GBI, beginning in Ware County. They began, of course, initially in Ware County, and the child was not identified in 1988. You know, some of the forensic resources that we have today, of course, were not available. Some of the forensic resources and autopsy was performed. And at that time, the autopsy pathologist could not determine the cause of death and noted it as undetermined. But the investigation continued because obviously somebody went through, this defendant went through all the steps to get rid of the body of her child. And the GBI did not give up. They were relentless in their efforts to try to find out who was Kiki. As I showed you earlier, that in the earlier photograph of Kiara, they were able to do a sketch, a composite sketch, and began putting out different efforts. Even the media got involved in trying to help find Kiara. And luckily, there was a break. When a relative who was aware that Kiara had disappeared, and really, that photograph looked like her, that the GBI got it too. And there was one other thing that connected the death to all of them. At the crime scene, there was an Albany newspaper. Albany Herald, piece of the Albany Herald, near the body. It was dated October of 1988. And again, that kind of shows generally the time frame where this thing occurred. It was the newspaper found near the crime scene where the body was. Where the body was, that also had diapers and other paraphernalia around. Now, the body was discovered, as the evidence showed, by an individual who was just looking to find, when he was looking around in the area, and he saw the box that Kenyatta had been entombed in. And he was looking at it for the purpose of taking it and refurbishing it. And that's where he discovered, and that's where it was discovered that the victim was there. So they went from that point. And law enforcement was alerted, and that's where the search began from that point. That happened on December 21, 1988. That's when the body was discovered. The body was discovered on that day. So again, the GBI investigation kept going. It was made a cold case. It was made a cold case. But it stayed on the radar, so to speak, of the GBI. And ultimately, with information from tipsters, the defendant was developed as a suspect. He was developed as a suspect, along with Mr. Sanders, both developed as suspects. And the police, the GBI made contact with Mr. Sanders. And Mr. Sanders initially didn't jump right out and say what he had done in the interview. But during the course of the interview, a sobbing, crying, Mr. Sanders told what happened. He fully cooperated with the GBI. Fully cooperated with the GBI. But because of his involvement, what he did, he's charged. And the evidence will show that he pled guilty and he used to be sentenced for what he did. But he cooperated fully, providing all the information related to what happened, what was done to Kiki by the defendant. And again, this defendant was confronted with the fact that in the investigation, the GBI, using forensic information, fully identified the body of Kenyatta Kiki as being a child of the defendant. That identification was done forensically. The body that was dumped in Ware County was Kenyatta Cohen, her child. What did she say? The child was muddy. Some fictional character. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear the evidence about this case, and there will be witnesses again further about it today. And I'll note first that you'll hear probably from, if they testify, you may hear from her children. And what the evidence will show is that she continued to interact with her children that survived. That she continued to interact with them. And they they were cooperative with the GBI and telling what they knew or what they observed. But the evidence showed that they have interacted with their mother. They're all adults now. That is Gregory Peavy, Patrick Thompson, and Kerry Sanders. They have interacted with their mothers. And if they testify, I don't know what they're going to say. We don't know what they're going to say if they testify. We do know what they have said relative to this situation. We do know what they have said, and necessarily presented. But for the actual event itself, they were all very, very, very small. And if anything, they can only relate about things between Melissa Sanders and the defendant years later. So please keep that chronology in mind. And the chronology of the situation is important. And again, the defendant that's before you today, in this trial, was a young person, strong, vigorous. And had the mindset to punish her child for soiling herself in a manner that ultimately resulted in the child's death. And then covering all up, erasing totally. And you will hear again the lies that she told about where Kenyatta was. Lies she told to anybody that inquired. Lies right up to after she's been identified. She's with her daddy, somewhere living her best life. We talked not long ago. Oh, Mud did that. Mud did. And ladies and gentlemen, you should look at the evidence. Look at the witnesses involved in this case. As I described, look at all the witness testimony that you will hear. This case is straightforward. This case is going to be without a doubt, because the evidence is going to be overwhelmingly clear to you. And it's simply this defendant, in an extraordinarily cruel manner, was punishing your child who had problems. This was consistent with other things that people observed about that situation. We hear about that. She was consistently cruel to her. This cruelty led to her being injured. And further cruelty was she was never given any aid. Never given any aid. And she lingered and suffered before she ultimately died. Then her body unceremoniously dumped miles away. Unceremoniously dumped and erased from existence by by the defendant. So, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about the events of the crime. And we told you that the evidence would show that Melissa Sanders and her did it together. They put the body, as the evidence will show you, in an area of Ware County. You see the evidence. You see the evidence of the crime scene, where the victim was found. How she was found. And ladies and gentlemen, again, the evidence will be clear that Elizabeth Sanders and Evelyn Owens worked together. Elizabeth Sanders told it. He's going to come in and testify about what happened. And the evidence will show that this defendant, her hand is the hand that caused the injury. Her hand caused the injury. And ladies and gentlemen, again, she needs to be held responsible for the acts that she did. Again, remember that the defendant in the courtroom right now was a young woman that did this crime. And did everything for decades. Hid everything for decades. As you consider this evidence, please wrap your head around that. And the state asks that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. And that is that this defendant, Evelyn Odom, in 1988, killed her child by causing severe injuries to her, and then failing to provide any aid in an effort to protect herself from her criminal responsibility. And then hid the body to further protect herself from criminal responsibility. I'm going to ask that you hold her responsible with your verdict, that she's guilty of all the counts specified in the indictment. That completes the state's opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Witness can be heard at this time.
Your Honor, we are looking to reserve our opening statement.
All right. All right, then, that being said, the defense is going to preserve their opening statement until they decide about the presentation of their case. Mr. Evans, would you call the state's first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Joseph Carter.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. That's your mic. Make sure it's on.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the court?
Joseph Harmon Carter,
Okay. And Mr. Carter, where do you live at?
188 Pony Road, Alma, Georgia.
Alma, Georgia? And what county is Alma, Georgia?
Alma, it's up Lincoln County.
Bacon County? And how long have you lived there?
It's 1995.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
Yes, I'm with Walmart Fleet.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You might want to speak a little bit
I
closer.
drive a truck for Walmart Fleet,
Okay. And how long have you been doing that? How,
3 years.
3 years? And did you work before then?
Yes, it is.
And where did you work?
I work for Franklin Mason Cattle Company, full of cows out west, and I've been on my own, self-employed for about 10 years. In 1985, I went to work with Pierce Timber Company, about your Georgia.
Okay, so in 1985, you went to work for Pierce Timber Company,
Yes, ma'am.
and what did you do for them?
I was a heavy equipment operator.
Okay, and when you say heavy equipment operating, like what would you
I
actually
run a
do?
cutout machine, skidder, loader, stuff like that for logging corporation.
For logging
Yeah,
corporation? Okay, and you said that that was in Blackshear, Georgia, and where is that, what county is that?
Pierce County.
Pierce County. Okay, and were you working for them in, December of 1988?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I want to call your attention back to December of 1988. Do you recall if you were working on that particular date?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you worked for Pierce Timber Company. Were you working for that company?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing on that day for work?
It's a rear near track. I'm kind of what they call a floater back then. I run the cutout machine, the loader, skidder, just kind of whatever needs to be done, just kind of float around. I drive the trucks on, we had a truck driver out. I think that day I was loading trucks and
Okay, and I'm going to back up just a little bit for people like me that I don't understand all that. I apologize. So the place that you work for is a timber company.
yes, ma'am.
And you're telling us that what you do with the machines and loaders and operating, how does that relate to timber, the timber?
Maybe I'm doing it harvest the timber.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, so is that what you're saying you were doing on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did anything, let me move back up, where were you at when you were doing that day? In December of 88?
We was in a Millwood track, up rear near track, but I think I was loading up on the loader, loading wood that day.
Okay, so let me back up, y'all were where, I didn't get the first part.
It's a Millwood track, a rear near track,
Okay, when you said Millwood, I don't understand, what's that mean?
Millwood, Georgia,
Okay, Millwood, Georgia,
Right.
what county is that in?
Ware County,
Okay, all right, so y'all were there
with harvest the timber,
harvesting timber,
on a rear near track.
okay? And where was this tract of land located?
It's what you call, west of Waycross, on Highway 82,
Okay,
a little town called Manor, Millwood area.
okay, and can you describe the area where you were working, doing the timber, what it looked like?
Just a bunch of pine trees, growed up, old panels, pine saplings, stuff like that, all growed up around it.
Okay, and when you went to this area, is it a dirt road, a paved road, a highway, what, can you describe that?
You take 82 up to, I don't know the name of the road we worked on that day, it's just a side dirt road, and we just took the dirt road about 2 miles back in there to where we started.
Okay. And how old were you back in December of 1988?
Let's see,
Approximately.
26, 27, somewhere along in there.
Okay. And were you, at this place working in Millwood were you alone that day, or was someone else working with you?
We had a full crew in it.
Like, how many people would that be?
4 in the woods, 4 to 5 in the woods. We we had four truck drivers
Okay,
coming in and out.
all right. Do you remember anyone else that was there with you by name?
Let's see, Pete Thomas was there, he's our foreman. Benny Gibbs run the cut-down machine. I run the cut-down machine some, and then, I think Ray Moore was one of our truck drivers, and, Harry Wilson was one of the truck drivers. And then me, and then, I can't remember them all, everybody,
Sure, I understand.
too long.
It's been a while.
Yeah, wow.
And when you were working that day, did anything happen or occur that was unusual or different, out of the ordinary for your workday, harvesting timber, cutting timber?
Yes, Terry Wilson pulled up, and he said, can you believe it, I think I found a body. And, crew foreman down, they play around here, they joke and stuff like that. We didn't know what he was, for real or not. He said, yeah, he's for real, he found a body. So my crew foreman told me, we loaded him up, and we went back down the road, and then we dropped off, stopped where he was, his body was, and I went on to make a phone call up there to the convenience store right the road.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. So when Terry, did you know Terry outside of work?
A little bit, not that much, just mostly, working convenience.
Okay. And do you still have contact with Terry?
Yeah.
And so when Terry came and approached you where you were working, approximately how far did you have to go? How far did you have to walk or travel?
It's probably about a mile back up to the Florida main road, it'll be about 2.5 miles back in the woods where we stood at.
Okay.
So it's probably, we come in one way and go out another way, so we just kinda had to, backtrack, hold everybody up. So moving nobody would come up down that road and we were trying to proceed back to 82.
Okay. And so you said that you were trying to go call emergency
Right.
services. Now, where did you go to do that?
I went to the convenience store up there at Billwood. I mean, back then, that was the only thing there. And, had a little payphone outside by the highway, that's where I made the call.
Okay, and, what did you do after you made the call to emergency services?
I told them I'd meet them up there at the highway, but I did other things to the road, put marks, all we have is red, blanket tape, get our trucks in and out down that road, so I found them right there, into the dirt road and let them in.
Okay. When you say let them in, was it like blocked off or something?
No, man, they just followed me down the road.
Oh, okay. Okay. And, so you said that you called and then you walked up to the highway where they could see you?
I drove, picked up
You
trucks.
drove up there, okay. All right. And then you took them where they needed to go.
Right.
Well, who was it that showed up? What agency? I'm talking about what agency?
Ware County,
Ware County
Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Department, okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have for you. The defense may ask some questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Clark. My name is Lamar Gardner. I have the pleasure of representing Ms. Oates. I want to take you back to what you discussed on the right examination. Take you back to the scene on December 21st, 1988. You said at the time you were Pierce Timber.
Right.
During that time, your job was to So that means that you would move from area to area?
But I moved from, I load trucks, I cut out some, I run a skidder for a while, I run, loader truck, load along with the truck. If the truck driver didn't show up, I try, I fill in for the drive truck.
Okay, so you did a different job. You said you were on the railroad track at the time Harvey was in Temple.
Correct?
I said at the time, you said, that the body was out, I assume you said you were at the railroad track.
Right.
Okay, for the purpose of Harvey September. You had a full crew that day, correct?
Over.
And I heard you name some people, you heard Pete Thomas, Ray Moore, Terry, and then I heard you say that you could remember who all of them were there, correct?
I can't remember all that's been here a long time ago.
On the day that you called, the sheriff after discovering by after Terry Williamson, grabbed your attention, did you guys know the sheriff asked you the names of persons who were located at the time, correct?
Just Terry, the meet up with Terry Williams.
Just Terry, correct? But no one else from the crew, correct? Had they asked you at the time, do you think that it was fresh in your mind, you could have remembered who was involved, who was on the scene at the time? Did you know everybody that was within the crew? I think you said there were approximately 9 people at the time, 4 to 5 in the woods, and there were 4 truck drivers.
But there's 5 people in the woods, 4 truck drivers, 9 people.
Other than yourself and Terry Williamson, did you recall you got interviewed and asked you for anyone else? Did you watch at the time that the sheriff and the GBI appeared on the scene? Did you watch them do an investigation?
No.
In the crime scene, let's go back to the area where the body was found. Did you describe that scene more?
Just get a plant of pines, there were pine trees that planted in the road, had a bunch of shrubbery, so, hedge, stuff went around. A bunch of the, volunteer pine trees was growing up. It's wooden, it's just, wooded area, it's pine trees, planted woods.
Well, let me ask you about chaos in the scene. Was there a lot of work going on? Was there a lot of people at the time?
What?
Was there a lot of people on the scene, workers? Was there a lot of trees cutting down? What was going on at the time?
At the scene, nothing.
At the time, what info did they get from you other than your name and information about Terry Williamson and other stuff?
Well, I don't understand your question.
At the time that you were interviewed by Ware County, whatever, after you called, what other information did they get from you other than what you discovered? That's it. So they didn't take your fingerprints? From 1988 to now, how many times have you been in here?
None.
So after you stole that day, December 21st, 1988, that was the last time you spoke to anyone regarding this case? Did they take anything, did they test any DNA from you? Would you have, on that day, as part of your job duties, would you have had duct tape with you? That's something that you use on?
Take me,
Duct tape, correct.
they drop me some, I'm a park truck.
What material did you use, for the job that you had?
Oh, we got welder, we got torches, we got chains, binders, hydraulic motors, we had everything to work, in case I'm serious with the wood, we had everything to work on it.
Do you remember being questioned about any vehicles in the area at that time?
It's a dirt road going back there to river. You don't see very many people on Long Road. It's just one way in, one way out. You get trapped in there so easy to Long Road. It's hard, once a log up across the road, you can't pass, or put somebody in the ditch.
Do you recall that you guys questioning you about a yellow truck that was seen leaving the scene?
No.
Did you know at the time a gentleman by the name of Edward Simmons?
with a guy named Edward, but the last name was German, he was a senator.
Was he, was he African American or
The guy I knew,
Yes.
yeah, he was African American, but he worked on so many different crews where I worked.
But you don't know about the yellow truck that you questioned about the yellow truck going home?
Yeah.
I never asked you this question, but they asked you if you knew any other workers in the area? Again, had they asked you at the time, you didn't want any workers, co-workers that you worked with?
The police, the sheriff department was there, Terry gave them all that.
Were they not your co-workers?
Who?
The people, other people on the same who were working? Were they also your co-workers?
The people that worked in harvesting the trees, yeah.
And so you spoke with some regularly?
Yeah, the guys, the crew, yeah.
So at that time, after she got the sheriff asked you about the names of other co-workers, would you have been able to tell?
Yeah, I've been able to tell them, I just tell them now.
Just asking at the time.
Right.
Let me ask you this, I think we have now, but you said that December 21st, 1988, after being questioned by Sheriff James, that's the only person that was on. So you didn't hear from the lead investigator, special agent, Taylor Hunter?
A guy called me a couple of weeks ago and told me they had a lead on this case. His name was, Julius Collins. And told me they had a lead on this case going by this morning at 10 o'clock at night.
So the first time that you heard,
The first time I heard anything about the case.
the first time you had heard something about this case is December 21st, 1988, when an attorney from the defense contacted you. Julius Collins? Who did you say?
Julius Collins.
They said it wasn't from what she got, correct?
Attorney for the mother of the child.
So the first time that you heard anything else about this case?
Well, when I got the summons from court, you know, whenever they dropped it off,
So my question is,
and then he contacted me at night.
so my question is, no one else outside can contact you, correct? One moment, please. A few more questions, Mr. Hart, please. Do you recall a bridge being built on Mountain Bridge Road around the time?
They were all kinds of construction on that road from 82.
Can you start over?
Yes, the 4 lane of 82 was being built at that time. There's all kinds of construction workers, you know, passing on the 4 lane,
Okay.
trying to build the 4 lane, we were complete at that time.
So there were multiple workers, correct?
I'm sure there's all kinds of contractors, and everything built the road. I don't know how many, but I'm sure it's much of them.
Multiple vehicles, something didn't happen, correct?
On the highway, not on the dirt road.
So no vehicles came onto the dirt road, how would material trying to vehicles didn't come down the dirt road? So no vehicles came down the dirt road?
We didn't see nothing, I mean, they come down there, I mean, they're at a route, what we call the place where you break the trees up to, they be running right into it down there, unless they went on down to, toward the river. But we've hardly ever seen anybody coming out here with 2 dangerous.
What about the workers over here?
What?
What were the workers vehicles? where did the work park?
We all rode together, a crew truck.
Let me move on, just to make sure. So since then, we, haven't heard from James Ellis, Dale Rowland, Dan Collins, Special Agent Seth Longer with GI, nor Special Agent Taylor, Luciana Hunt. Correct? Closing notice. Just one follow-up question. You stated that, the time that Mr. Williamson came and grabbed your attention, that you were 2 miles into the woods.
We worked about 2 miles off the highway.
Or were not, had noted that you were in the woods at the time, correct?
Yeah.
So could you have seen any vehicles driving down the dirt road?
Yeah.
Yes. No further.
Mr. Carter,
Yes, ma'am.
when your coworker came and told you that he thought there was a body in the woods, you left, went to go call for help. Who else went with you?
Here,
Terry, last name
which,
Williamson, and do you know where Terry lives or anything now?
I think it didn't see, so that's.
Objection. Your Honor, that, you want to approach?
if the officers would have asked you your coworkers' names, to your knowledge, did they have any information about the crime scene? If they had asked for your fingerprints, would you have given them
Yes, ma'am.
to them? Did you give them all the information they asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Kenyatta Odom? Do you know Evelyn Odom, or AKA Samantha, Louisiana? Do you have family or friends in Albany, Doherty County, Georgia, or did you at the time? Did you know Ulysses Sanders? And you said that the law enforcement, when asked, you said Terry gave them all that information. And were you referring to the coworker that came and brought your attention to the crime scene? And you did direct the sheriff's department back up to the location of the body?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's the question.
As far as just a couple follow-up, you stated on calls that there were all kinds of construction workers, contractors, said of different contractors. Do you know any of the names of the different companies or groups that were working on Florida?
No, I do not.
Do you know Terry Williams died?
I did not go to a couple days ago to get that one.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right.
You run, can you just play some call, we'll call them for you?
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
You will call today, you're still subject to subpoena. They'll reach out to you then. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very
Go
much.
ahead, Charles. Stay please.
Yes, Your Honor, second call Sheriff Carl James.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, before the witness states, can I understood it, the court need to do a quick conference.
Well, do, can you hold the witness outside the minute, please? How long is this witness?
Probably pretty long.
Very long? Okay, like time for conference. Okay, okay, 12:30, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 1:30. We'll get, quick, conference break. We'll bring in the jury out, bring the biggest crap. You all go ahead and get your break. We'll have 15 minutes here. You really better put your face down, please. we're gonna have to speak up, record and hear us. And I feel we need to be between the lawyers. Okay? All right, now, where do we leave off?
When you're under, going back to our position on yesterday, we moved court preliminary to exclude matters that witnesses don't have personal knowledge of. And I don't know if the court calls to say the response was, at that point in time, they still didn't know what witnesses had personal knowledge of at all. And you just witnessed that. Was this what I'm saying that, you know, for the first time a couple of days ago, presumably from us told me that this was denied. So we're reviewing our motions and we prevent taking introducing testimony to people without any personal knowledge. We asked the court to ask the state to interview the witnesses and make sure they elicit evidence that is admissible. That's what we're asking.
Now, that is ridiculously impossible task for us to understand what personal knowledge of different individuals that make the call, and there's little grounds for it to motion, if there's some objection or testimony, the proper thing would be to object to it at that time.
Well, I think there was an objection based upon what they considered to be a previous motion. But the court, Ms. Moss, you want to respond to that? Or is no response that you carry back?
I'm sorry, I didn't
There's
realize.
no response that you carry back. I really think no response to the question that she asked, and I don't know what she's going to do with the information once she got it. Or
Right.
if need be, during the course of this trial, supplement or witness list or whatever, but, court didn't read anything inappropriate or in that question. So, I'll just have to leave it. I mean, it wasn't like,
That's not, the issue isn't that particular question, but the case.
Questions like this.
And once the ward, sufficient ward, significant evidence starts coming out, they're gonna ask these group questions, and that's when we're in trouble,
I'm
because
fine.
the way the answers are framed.
you said they can't ask questions, you don't know what answer to.
I'm asking they should have a good faith based on whether or not the witness actually knows what they're listening. We had this concern.
I mean, that's practically correct and true that they would, but like I said, I say jump up. Whatever.
I understand, Your Honor, but we're trying to have a fair trial, and we're trying to follow the rules. If we just saying it's all we just want to follow the rules.
Okay, we're gonna try to follow.
Your Honor, will I take the other that briefly, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I'll say. I'll take up a matter briefly, Judge. We discussed this pre-trial as it relates to testimony of Mr. Ulysses Sanders. The state indicated to the court that his testimony more than likely was it would be aligned with the proffer with which he received his plea agreement. Now, instead of his opening, he has already mentioned things that were not included in that proffer. I just want to bring it to the court's attention that the state has already been warned about this. The court, that, hey, that's a statement.
How many property did he make?
He made one, they got him plea deal, you know, that's with, Third County District Attorney's Office. That's the one in which they said that they were going to move forward on based upon some objections that we had, because we were trying to figure out which statement are they going with. They said it's the one in which he did the proffer, and we have the proffer agreement, and that was on March 24, 2024. There's a public defender, Alan Dasher, and a Third County District Attorney's Office, Tracy Hudson. Court even cautioned them, well, I don't want to say caution, but brought it to their attention, they not be saying this. They want to know which proffer or which statement is he going with. They indicated it's the one he gave that proffer agreement. So, you know, I just want to bring it to their attention because we have brought this up before you.
Are there any changes in that? Does the state stand by what Mr. Collins was representing?
I'm not sure what he's representing, Your Honor. He's saying that, what is he saying?
He's saying that
That's exactly what I'm saying, Judge.
The proper that, and I just heard vaguely about different statements, I don't know one or the other or anything else. So I just asked them a question, because I heard reference to the other statement, okay? What statement would, that you previously indicated, that you would be proceeding on the proper that he gave, and that has been provided from 2021? Mr. Mark, right?
This is one they provided the court with when they didn't want to allocate on the record. That was March 24, 2024, his third interview.
Okay. Third. Does that not really over the state?
Let me understand, if I'm understanding, every problem that would be used, you know, has been provided by the state to the defense. I'm not.
You know, there was an issue with his first time trying to plead. The court didn't take it because the state or either the public defender of this as representative, that was an issue about an allocution being placed on the record that they're trying to state, one of the people honored to provide the court the documentation or the statement in which Mr. Sanders was to testify to, in which they were proceeding with his plea. That's what they gave the court, that's what they confined him to, that's what the state's presentation needs to be confined to. You already said a profound crime which you got that never happened in that property, and there's other things as well.
The notion that we can't use interviews that he did with the GBI, which are admissible in trial, if they're admissible, which I believe they will be. I mean, Your Honor, that's just unheard of. I mean, he did 3 recorded interviews, which they've had all of them for a long time. And anything inconsistent,
Ma'am?
she said, are they inconsistent?
Is one just, I know that additional information may have come out
Right,
subsequently.
Right.
But are they generally consistent?
I think
Build on each other?
I think generally consistent, build on each other. Are there certain facts that he might have said, one thing this, one thing that? Yes, but are they generally consistent regarding the substance? So, I'm just confused that the defense can come in and say that you can't use anything else he said in 8 hours of interviews with the GBI, which is unfolding his admission and confession regarding participation in this matter.
So, my question is, does he supplement and answer more thoroughly at one point if he does?
Yes,
Yeah,
But
but
it's the same, I think it's the same conclusion.
the same conclusion that the child was learning about
It's
the,
the same representation, but
Yes.
it sounds like more
yes,
later than earlier.
that's just not true.
it is true.
You did an interview, you gave one scenario, I agree with them in general, but we're talking about some huge pieces of this that speaks to this charge about murder, about aggravated battery, all of that, Your Honor. His story changed as to what happened, his story changed as to what he alleged Ms. Odom did, Your Honor. That's not a small detail. Furthermore, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like they misled the court. They met with the court, they gave the court an interview that they stated, this is what he's going to testify to, this is what his plea is based on. So that's also a huge issue, Your Honor, because now they're walking back, their position to the court, their assertion to the court, that this is what he's going to testify to. And, you know, you allow them into the plea, now they get back, are they going to walk back his plea now? Because that's a misrepresentation to the court.
Was it stated, this is what he's going, this is what he's gonna plead to, the facts, and nothing else? I mean,
All this started because the defense is saying that they don't want, that you shouldn't ask questions you don't have a good basis for as it relates to this witness. Okay? And, the court is just, I don't find that question to be in contravention of that. I think that was a question on her part, and I don't know what she's gonna do in the written. Right, I don't know if she's gonna try to find another witness at the last minute or worse. But that, other than that, that question had no real significance to me.
Agreed, Your Honor, but that's,
She wasn't eliciting the fact that the man was Diddy. I don't think she was doing that.
I apologize, Your Honor. My, address in the court was on Mr. Edwards' opening statement. When he made representations of what Mr. Sanders did in this interview, that was the first interview, but again, Your Honor, I see where this is going. They made a representation to the court that, here you go, Your Honor, we want the court to listen to his proffer. This is what he's proceeding on, this is what he's getting his plea agreement on, this is what we want the court to judge him. But now, they're getting outside of that. I want to say the court kind of cautioned them, almost, I want to say he said it's kind of inviting him to this, and they proceeded. That's why they made the honor to advance the court to hear what he's going to testify to. We beat that issue down.
They didn't necessarily win. I mean, I
Look,
but I didn't,
they provided the court his third interview,
that's the main.
March 24, 2024, with their investigator, and I believe it was their office, and his attorney, Your Honor. And so we hashed this out, and I think even Mr. Evans said, well, Judge, they had his proffer, that's what he's gonna testify to, something to that nature. But now he's getting outside of it, and he's adding things that they're ultimately seem like they're walking it back because that's not what they represented to the court.
Just to clarify, because I wasn't there that day, so was it the ruling of the court or the representations, or was it first of all, a ruling of the court that we cannot use statements of this person who's going to testify and there's a recording of the defense has had for over a year? I guess that's my first question, because I was not present that day. My second thing is saying that Mr. Edwards said, this is what he's gonna testify to, which is all generally the same, and any inconsistencies are right for impeachment. I'm just trying to get a clarification as to where we are with that. Mr. Edwards, might have it.
Now, if I may add also, Your Honor.
Hold on. Let's look back to something. Let's go too far.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number one, when I did not listen to that tape, because as we left there, I felt they were going to restructure the plea agreement, which they ultimately did. And the second plea agreement didn't come down until Sunday, the Wednesday before this trial started. Friday. But you remember we got to jail that Wednesday?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And the accusation came in, and that's the first time I heard what he was actually supposed to be pleading to. Okay, so, let me clear that part up. Okay? So I'm confused as to what points the defense is really trying to make.
I am too, Your Honor, because of course, the things that were being done with Mr. Sanders had been severed from whatever they were talking about. So again, the actions or any information dealing with the case in relation to the court and Mr. Sanders.
After that first plea attempt, after
That was for between Mr. Sanders and the court.
okay, but it seems to me, we attempted to plead Mr. Sanders before the case was actually severed, did we not?
From what I recall, that's correct.
Okay, so at that time, it wasn't severed. When I rejected pretty much, or consensus was, you're gonna like this plea, so we're gonna go back to the drawing board.
Exactly. You know, the actual plea that he just recently entered into, it states, number 34, exercise of the defendant Sanders having already made a reported proffer. That was his proffer that they represented to the court. They represented to us that they're gonna proceed on. This is why we was arguing the opposite the other day, Your Honor. And at some point, we're gonna ask the court to make a ruling on that. That if he testifies contrary to what they, I guess, believed at the time, I'm not sure, or what they know to be a misrepresentation or falsity, they have to come back and correct that
But that's a whole different issue from what we're talking about.
Correct, Judge, and that's why I first said they got another issue about the opening. I just want to put it out there, you know.
Let's get this show moving, because we'll be arguing. Okay?
And Your Honor, I did, I'm sorry, okay, we did have a GBI agent Hollander, scheduled for my third witness today. I didn't think we would get to it, but I wanted to make sure that, because I thought they were going to open it. Either way, I wanted to make sure we had enough to cover this afternoon. His wife this week was in the hospital in ICU. She is now out as of yesterday. I'm sorry, I said the wrong name, I'm sorry, Agent Dale Wiley. She was out as of yesterday, and he will be here first thing Friday morning. He just asked to get her settled. It was congestive heart failure, she was in ICU. She did get out yesterday afternoon, at some point, I don't know the exact time, but they were communicating from my office through emails. I did see the email myself. So I think the sheriff will probably cover most of the afternoon anyway, but I just wanted to let the court know that that was my issue I had with, Dale Wiley, former GBI.
So in other words.
But I've got, for tomorrow, I'm stacking witnesses.
Tomorrow at 8:30, baby.
Your Honor,
Sorry, 8:30.
Yes, I've got them scheduled for 8:30 on, so we'll, I think this will probably cover most of the afternoon.
All right, y'all want 10 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, we can have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to bring out next juror?
Yes, Your Honor, State Hall Sheriff Carl James.
Sheriff Carl James.
Yeah, we need Sheriff James, please, thank you.
Sheriff, please raise your right hand. Sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Be seated, make yourself comfortable, and adjust your mic if you need to.
I was just inquiring about the bringing in the courtroom, but, how long that was gonna be, okay. Yes, if you will, state your name for the court,
My name's Carl James.
okay? And I bet he's gonna adjust the microphone just a little bit so we can hear you. All right, and Mr. James, are you employed?
I am, I'm the elected sheriff in Ware County right now.
Okay, and how long have you been the sheriff of Ware County?
I've only been sheriff about 4 years, but I'm in my 43rd year of service in Ware County.
Okay, and what were your other titles? And when you say Ware County
Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's Office? Okay, and what positions, prior to being elected sheriff, what positions did you hold there?
I worked a number of positions. I started as a dispatcher at 19 years old, and soon was promoted to a patrol deputy. I worked that for about 5 years, and then was promoted to detective. I spent about 15 years there before I was promoted to administration and left that line of work. That's kind of where I've been ever since about the year 2001.
Okay, and in order to, be a detective, sheriff, a patrol officer, do you have to have certain trainings or credentials, certifications?
You do, yes, ma'am. You have to have training and certification.
Okay, and what type of, can you explain to the jury what kind of trainings and certifications is required?
Well, additionally, your law enforcement training is required in your certification, and that's to be a law enforcement officer anywhere in the state of Georgia, and any county or any jurisdiction. You have to have the training and the certification for that. And then typically upon promotion to any other division, you have to have specialized training in that area as well.
Okay, and what is the certification that officers have to have? Like, who certifies them, what's that called?
It's the Georgia Police Officer Standards and Training Council, just known as POSC, Police Officer Standards and Training Council,
Okay, and you've been, post-certified your whole law enforcement career?
since 1984.
Then we'll bring your attention, back to 1988. What position did you hold in 1988 at the Ware County Sheriff's Office?
I was serving as a detective.
And as a detective, what were your duties?
It was generally investigating general crime, anything that may come in from someone tearing down a mailbox to an homicide. It could be anything in between, including drug investigations at that time.
Okay. And, were you the only detective with the sheriff's office at that time, or were there multiple detectives?
There was others, there were at least 2 others at that time, besides the captain.
Okay. Having worked worked at the Ware County Sheriff's Office and now being the sheriff, are you familiar with the Ware County babyoil case?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with that case?
I was actually called, I was working that day, I think December the 21st, and I was working that day as a detective, and was called to respond to that crime scene.
Okay, and when you responded to, you said the crime scene, where did you respond to? Can you kind of give us the location and how you got there, that type of thing?
Right, well, it's generally in the western part of Ware County. It's all of Georgia 520, US 82. It's probably, say 12, 14 miles from the city of Waycross, going west towards Atkinson County, Pearson eventually. Same highway goes through Tiffin and on over here to Fulton.
And what can you tell us kind of what the area is like? Is it heavy traffic in the area, a lot of houses? Kind of give us a description of that, visual description?
It's a very rural area. At that time, probably no homes that I remember being within 3/4 of a mile of the location. So it was extremely rural, in a community known as Millwood. It was, the addresses were ruled out. We didn't have an address on the road at that time.
And once you got to the crime scene, who was there when you got there?
When I arrived, my chief deputy at that time that I worked for, Harold Glenn was there. The chief deputy was Harold Glenn and Captain Arnie Harris. Both of those men are deceased.
Okay. And, can you describe the crime scene, what you saw when you got there?
When I arrived, the area was a trash dump, and it was evident from the road. We see that a lot in the rural communities. People will throw out household garbage, and if it starts collecting there, people keep adding things to that. This area was, there was a trash dump where people would just come by and they would throw out the garbage. It was no garbage collection or anything in the business back then, so.
When you say people would just throw out their garbage, what, was it mainly like paper trash, or were there other types of items there? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, a number of things, anything you consider trash, but largely household garbage was the biggest part of it. Just, if they would dump out a trash can, I'm not sure people would even use trash bags at that time. They would pour out anything they didn't want. I don't remember that there was not any old appliances there. I don't remember seeing that. I've seen that before.
And, when you got to the scene, were there any non-law enforcement people on the scene?
There were the gentleman that had located this body, Mr. Williams. He was there. Spoke to him, and a short time later, GBI agent, they were requested to come and assist, and GBI agent James Ellis came, and at the time, another detective was riding with me named babyoil.
All right, other than the person you said that you spoke with, did you see any other workers, people working in the woods, or anything else at the crime scene?
None other Mr. Carter was there, but I don't remember having any interaction with him.
And so when you got there, what did you do? Once you got to the crime scene, you said these two other officers were there. What did you do?
We initially, for a few minutes, waited until the GBI agent Ellis could arrive. And when he arrived, pretty much assisted him with investigating the crime scene. And that was, if I could say, just retrieving the body that had been found, to the extent that we could, and placing it in the body bag for transport to the morgue, and then processing those items that it was contained in, and taking photographs of those, of course, before they were moved and served.
All right, let's back up just a little bit. You said GBI agent, James Ellis got there. How does that work? Why is the GBI coming to Ware County on this case?
Well, they were called in, as they generally are, on more serious cases like that. They have a lot more resources than your local agencies do. We still call them what they, and they just have more resources, more personnel, and their focus is on that case that you call them on, where our crime, other crime doesn't stop. We have to continue investigating other things that go on as well.
And when GBI gets involved in the case, do you or did you as a detective just step out of the case, or how does that work? What's your role at that point?
For the most part, they take what we call the lead on the case. They kind of make the decisions, and we will assist them to whatever extent that we can, because we're still responsible to a degree, and we can work and we do work on the case, but primarily they assume the primary role for the investigation.
Okay, and you mentioned that when you got there, you talked about removal of the body of the deceased child. You talked about removal of the body. Tell me what you saw visually. Did you see a body when you went up there? What, a grave? What did you see?
It was a wooden box. There was a suitcase that had been contained in a wooden box, concrete, plastic. There was what I would call, or what I did call in my report, a gym bag, a zippered gym bag that this body was actually contained in. And but when I arrived, the body was still in the suitcase, but the suitcase had been broken open. And even though concrete had been poured into this suitcase, it wasn't completely encasing the body or that gym bag.
So when you say the concrete wasn't completely encasing that, what did it not encase, I guess?
Well, it's somewhat on the side of where the gym bag had been placed into the suitcase, so you could still see part of what was in there. It wasn't a solid block of concrete.
And what could you see? Like what item, I guess is what I'm asking.
I noticed that you could see that where it wasn't encased, there was an arm there, a small infant arm that was visible.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, so you're saying that there was a when you got there was a suitcase that had been opened,
That's right.
and there was concrete inside the suitcase, and that's where ultimately the child
That's right.
had been placed in a duffel bag.
In a double bag inside.
And then you mentioned this wooden item, so that suitcase, had it been somewhere else, because you mentioned wooden.
I did. There was a TV cabinet, an old, back in the day, a console TV cabinet, wooden cabinet, and the TV had been removed from it, but the glass parts, of the TV and the tubes had been removed, and the suitcase was inside that with plywood nailed onto the face of the cabinet, in the rear, to close it.
Your Honor, may I approach? The stickers on the back. We'll do the numbers, okay, there's an issue right now. Sheriff James, I'm going to, and just for the record, I've showed all these photos to the defense. I'm gonna show you what I marked State's Exhibit 1. I want you to look at that and see if you recognize that.
I remember this photograph, that's not, Detective Carr, on the right side of the picture there.
I was about to ask you, how do you recognize it?
That's not Detective Carr part in the picture. I can't say for 100% I took it, but I do recognize it, and it's the area, where this trash pile, where this trash dump was located, back in 1988.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of how that area looked as you described on that date, December 21st, 1988?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
This is no objection, Your Honor.
State's one's a bit.
And I would put State 1. State 1's would be, just because there's several that are similar, State 1 is, road to crime scene. And there's going to be a few, Sheriff, I'm sorry, but there's a procedure we have to go through, so, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that?
This is part of the, trash pile, but it shows, I'm honestly not certain which part of it, but there was a couple of diapers, found, and a pillowcase and washcloth. And that, these two items that I see in the program here, that's what I'm looking at. That shows the wooded area of this. I mean, it's wooded, but it's, also, open. And this is winter, so there's not much, green, the trees have shed and whatnot. So you can see further into the woods at this point than you could, during the summer.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately represent how it looked on that day?
It does.
Your Honor, this time we would tender States 2.
Any objections? State's two.
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Admitted.
And I would just say, we would just do, woods, with diaper. Just trying to distinguish because there's several of them. Several pictures of woods with different items in it. Sheriff, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as, State's Exhibit 3, and I'm gonna ask you to look at that and just tell me if you recognize that photo.
I recognize this area, but I can't tell you what those two items are. It's, it looks like a closer up of the previous photo.
Is the area, do you recognize the area as a whole?
Yes, that's the trash dump you can see in the background here. I was looking at two items in the foreground.
Okay, and, does that fairly and accurately represent how it looked on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
We would, tender State's Exhibit 3, trash dump.
And Your Honor, to expedite, if the witness could look at all the photographs and if they're very accurate, that's testimony, there will be no objection, Your Honor.
But 3 is admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, and I would just proceed as I have planned with this. Okay. Sheriff James, I'm gonna ask you to look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the same wooded area that we discussed.
And is that a fair and accurate representation?
It is.
And do you recall what this item is, or do you?
The TV cabinet that was, near the trash dump.
I just say State's Exhibit 4, TV cabinet. Sheriff James, I'm gonna show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
representation of what you saw that day?
It is.
And, at this time, we would, tender State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
And what do we call it, state five?
State's Exhibit 5, TV stand.
TV. I got TV cabinet.
Yes. If I did the State's Exhibit 4, I'm requesting the tender State's Exhibit 4 and 5.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay, the 4F, 4, 5, correct? Both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, let's, Sheriff James, let's talk about, State's Exhibit 5. So, to the left of that photo, and I'm going to request to publish it in just a minute, what is that?
On the left side is it's a close-up of the TV cabinet that we discussed.
What is in front of that? What's that item?
There's some, what I call plastic wrapping, or just some plastic on the ground that has got some parts of concrete on it, but further on, just a foot or two further than that, is this suitcase that we've been talking about.
Okay, Your Honor, I would request permission to publish, State's Exhibit 5.
Okay. State's Exhibit 5, haven't been admitted. Permission to publish.
I know sometimes it has a glare, okay.
Yes, please. That helps. Looks like it got the radio on this thing. It does not look like it anymore. Gonna give you some more light. That's better.
And we've got some that we're gonna give a little closer up, so, but just generally, you had stated the item to the left, the brown looking thing, what is that again?
That's the TV cabinet we've been talking about.
Okay, and you had mentioned just a minute ago, there was some plastic, does that plastic have anything to do with either one of those containers?
Yes, ma'am, it was also in the TV cabinet, the plastic sheeting there on the ground.
Okay, and then above or in front of the plastic sheeting, what is that?
That's the suitcase that contains the concrete and the body that we were talking about.
Right. And. Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6. I'll leave that suitcase. Can you look at that, see if you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize that?
Well, I remember seeing this photograph that is the suitcase and the concrete that was in the suitcase with the gym bag. Maybe
You remember seeing that day you went out to investigate?
I do.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like on that day, December 21st, 1988?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, State's Exhibit 6, we would tender it and say suitcase in that.
Any objections to state 6?
No objection, Your Honor.
State 6 admitted, permission to publish.
Sheriff James, how did y'all take photos back in 1988? Now, I was alive, but I'm just asking how the law enforcement, how the Ware County Sheriff's Office took photos back then.
We used 35 millimeter film. That's before the day of digital cameras and whatnot. But we all had film and cameras, and we would typically take our film to a processor or to maybe Walmart, where they had a photo lab, places like that.
Okay. And in this particular case, do you know once photos were taken, which you've already testified to, you were there, you're investigating, and maybe you may have taken some of the photos. Do you know what, once photos were taken in this case, what happened, how that, did they go to Walmart or did they go to somewhere else?
I indicated in my report, and I wrote it back then, that they were given to the GBI for processing. They had their own lab or their own ability to process photographs, not only for the agents, but he took my photographs, or my canisters of film, the Kodak around 35mm canister.
All right, so, looking at the screen, this looks a little different as far as, I guess, the positioning of the inside, maybe we're just closer up. Can you describe what this picture is, what this picture shows?
As I said, it shows the blanket and the gym bag and the concrete with the suitcase being open.
The part that looks sort of, just trying the best way to describe it, kind of white or gray, it's on the ground, it's kind of a square. What is that?
And the part in the foreground or the one?
Are you just pointing? Yes, right.
That's,
And he's pointing to the bottom, the very bottom, not the suitcase, but what's laying, almost laying on the ground.
It's the concrete that I described, that I said, it didn't completely encase the gym bag.
Okay.
When it was-
Now, you mentioned a blanket, the blanket sticking out. Is that what the brown part is up there, or
Yes.
tan?
Yes.
All right, you can take that down, please. Sheriff James, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state's exhibit 7, suitcase with blanket. We'll let you look at that, see if you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am, this is a closer photograph, close-up photograph of the previous one.
And, is that a fair and accurate representation of how it looked on that day you were there?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask if it states exhibit 7, suitcase with blanket, and ask to publish if there's no objection to admission.
There's no objection.
State government admitted permission to publish granted.
Thank you. I'm just looking at that. So it looks, is this a different angle, or is the concrete out more, or what's going on there as far as that photo?
As I said, to me, this is a closer up photo. You can see the concrete as it partially encases the inside of the suitcase.
And based on your investigation and you being at the crime scene, did this concrete block, it looks like it has the indentations of the suitcase or the form of the suitcase, did it just fall out, or how did it get out of there?
The gentleman that found this suitcase didn't know what he had found. He thought maybe it was a cache of drugs or something like that. And he tore into this suitcase by kicking it open. Mr. Williams had, and I guess if I can, went into the woods. He was a truck driver, a log truck driver. They were cutting wood near there, and he went into the
Now, you had said that you knew you took the picture because you knew the people in the photograph.
And the fact that Agent Ellis is holding the camera there at the top left.
Which one's Agent Ellis?
One to my left, at the very top of the screen, you can see that he's holding his arms up. He's taking a shot downward.
And what is this? I know it's a little difficult to see, we got it.
The image that's in front, the foreground is the suitcase. And to the right is the plastic sheeting that we talked about.
And you said to the right, you said to the right is the plastic sheeting, what's that square, look at the piece that looks like it's been torn or something, what is,
That's part of the plywood.
okay, that the logger or truck driver,
Part of the plywood from the cabinet.
okay, all right. And then to the left, you said that's the suitcase,
Yes.
and then in front of that,
This, you're talking about,
yes, and he's pointing to like the brown kind of part and it looks white.
yes, that's, the blanket, removed from the double bag.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 9. Called the State Note. Do you, recognize that letter?
Yes, ma'am, that's the child that was in the suitcase.
And is
Or
it,
in the bag in the suitcase.
and is it a fair and accurate representation of how that looked that day?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, State Pretender, State Exhibit 9, Baby Joe.
Is it face
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish it, yes, Your Honor.
Phase 9 was admitted and permission to cover, right?
And again, I know it's a little lighter, we got a little bit as far as the photos, the time frame, that type of thing. What is, if I could direct your attention up to the top left, what is that?
That's the lid of the suitcase.
Okay, all right. And would that be the outside of the lid or the inside?
Now, that shows the inside.
Okay. And then to the right of that, you had said that the brown and white was the blanket.
Right, with the child.
I'm gonna show you what's, Sheriff James, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 10. I want you to look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize that?
This is, again, a close-up photograph of the body that was discovered out there.
It is a fair and accurate representation of how it looked on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time we would tender State Exhibit 10, Baby Doe 2.
Any objection to phase 10?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Permission to publish.
Permission to publish. Phase 10, baby bill 2 was admitted and permission to publish granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you had said this was a close-up of, at the time, before they, did y'all know who the baby was?
No, ma'am.
Did y'all have a name or anything?
We did not.
And when you don't know the name or the identification of a person, any person that's found, then how would that usually handle for law enforcement regarding names and that type of thing?
Well, that's one reason this case went so long, is, we didn't have, any identification. We certainly tried to do that, but DNA was not something available at that time. But, what we did do, and this was handled by the GBI, was a facial reconstruction and photographs that were published, periodically, in the Atlanta Journal, remember, and local newspapers, just trying to get an identification. That was the first step, but we were unable to.
And so when you don't have a name for a person that is unidentified, is that usually handled by giving some names such as Joe or Jane Doe or whatever?
That's right, and that was just the one that we used in this case, was Baby Jane Doe.
So at this point in time, the photos are depicting baby Jane Doe
That's right.
based on 1988. Was that number 10? Sorry.
I had this too.
And, we don't have it anymore. I took some out here. So I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 11, Baby Joe 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize that?
I remember seeing this, scene from this side when, I was out there that day.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of, how it looked,
Yes, ma'am.
how the scene looked? During this time, we've asked it, Ms. State's Exhibit 11, Baby Joe 3.
Any objections to states 11?
No, Your Honor.
States 11 is admitted and you're published.
Yes, Your Honor, I've asked permission to publish.
Permission to publish right now.
And I believe you say that this is depicting, raising the body,
Close up to the lower,
the lower body.
legs and
Okay, what was on the body as far as clothing? I know maybe hard to tell here, but you witnessed that, so what, do you remember what?
It was a top and a bottom. I described it in my report, if I may. It was a knit top pullover shirt. On the top part, it had a little red horse emblem on the left chest, short sleeve, and the bottom was some like thermal pajama bottom pants.
And were there any, undergarments of any kind on that you recall?
The child had a diaper on.
Sheriff James, we just three more to go. I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12, Baby Joe 4. I want you to look at that and tell me if, you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am, again, this is a photograph of Baby Doe. It also has, on the left, Captain Arnie Harris, and the foreground is on the right. Things in
an accurate representation of what it looked like on that day, December 21st, 1988?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to admit, exhibit 12, baby doe 4.
Any objections?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right,
And I would ask the court permission to publish.
all right. S12 is, state 12 is submitted, permission to publish granted.
Now, Sheriff, you mentioned that the person in, I'm sorry, the officer in the picture, what was his name again?
The one on the left is Captain Army here.
All right. And to the right of him,
Is Baby Doe and Agent Ellis at the top of the front.
Agent Ellis, that's the GBI agent of the time.
Agent Ellis, yes.
And, in the background, we've already seen in the background, that
The suitcase, the concrete.
do you know about how long the suitcase was?
I don't. I could guess, 24 to 30 inches, but I don't know exactly, I don't remember.
All right, Sheriff James, last two, I'm gonna show you what's in our state's exhibit 13, baby doe 5. I'm gonna ask you to look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
Just, it's a close-up, again, photograph of the body of Baby Doe.
And is that a very accurate representation of what you saw that day when you were on the scene?
It is.
Okay. I would seek to admit that, Your Honor, state's exhibit 13, baby doe 5.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right,
And I would ask the court for permission to publish.
state 13 is admitted, permission to publish granted.
Sheriff James, so in the photograph, how, the baby is laying, the position she's in, is that how she came out of there, out of the trunk, or did y'all move her in any way, or anything like that, or is that how she came out? I guess is my question.
Well, it's somewhat stretched out from there, but the knees, as you can tell, and the lower legs were bent and in close proximity to the body, to go inside the gym bag or duffel bag and then into the suitcase.
Okay, so you're saying that right here in this photograph, that baby is a little bit more stretched out than she was initially in the suitcase?
That's right.
In other words, she was more, are you saying she was more so fallen or more compacted, that's a better word, thank you. Alright. You can take it down. That was number 13. I had it marked 14, I just wanted to double check before. Sheriff, I'll ask you to look at, State's Exhibit 14, last photograph regarding this issue. Baby Joe 6, and see if you recognize that.
That is again, a photograph of Baby Doe. The top of the suitcase is to the left. There's someone standing, I'm not sure who, at the very top.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that scene looked?
It is.
At this time, I would, take a seat to admit, State's Exhibit 14, Baby Joe 6,
Any objections?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
and I would ask for permission to publish.
Permission to publish granted. State 14 admitted, position.
Do everybody have just 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
And Sheriff James, you were saying when you were looking at the picture up there that what was to the left, where it looks like legs were standing, what was that?
Part of the suitcase and then someone standing at the top.
Okay. All right. And I noticed there are multiple angles of the photos, there's multiple angles of baby dough, suitcase, that type of thing. What is the purpose in doing that, taking photos from different angles?
Just quickly, just make sure you don't miss anything so that you have all points covered, all positions covered.
You can take that down a little bit. So, you talked about, and through the, talked about what you saw when you got there, talked about the baby dough in case of the suitcase and brother in case. What did you do then, after you took photos or participated with the others and y'all were taking photos? What did you do after that? What other steps did you do regarding your detective role?
We, let's take a lead because it was an effort with myself and Agent Ellis, collected all this evidence, all these things that we mentioned earlier, parts of the suitcase, the concrete, all of the TV cabinet and the wood associated with it, and other items that we thought may be relevant from that area of penetration.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sheriff James, I'm gonna show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 15. I just want you to look at it and tell me if you recognize what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know what it is? And we're gonna look through it all in a minute, but how do you recognize it?
This was an evidence form that bears my signature.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the form that you filled out regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would, ask to consider State's Exhibit 15 into evidence as crime scene evidence form 1.
All right, any objections?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
It's 14, it's 15, is it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 15, yes, Your Honor.
Is it permission to talk to the motion?
Yes, Your Honor, just a second, I'm going to do, right, 16.
You have 6.
Yeah, I can. I will, Sheriff, I'm gonna ask you to look at State's Exhibit 16 and see if you, recognize that.
Yes, ma'am. It's a continuation, page 2 of the same evidence collection.
Okay, and, does that fairly and accurately represent the form that you completed?
It is, yes.
All right, and I would, state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 16, crime scene form 2.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Permission to publish both.
all right. State 16, submitted. Permission to publish, right? Did you check it out? Okay.
I don't know.
suitcase had, also had silver tape, and it contained the gym bag and the concrete.
And so what is the silver tape? I'm not sure we talked about that. What is it?
It appeared that the lid was taped onto the suitcase to hold it closed.
Okay.
The tape was duct tape, basically, to close the suitcase and keep it closed.
And if you said the brown gym bag and concrete, so you had mentioned the blanket earlier sticking out of the concrete. So the blanket was inside of the gym bag?
That's right.
Was it just laid in the gym bag? How was the blanket positioned in the gym bag today?
It was wrapped up in the gym bag. I'm not sure how to describe it more than that. It was wrapped up with laid inside and placed in the gym bag.
So the baby was wrapped up in the blanket, and then placed in the gym bag?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's go to item number 2, and what is that you have on your evidence form?
This just indicates unused diapers or diapers that did not appear to have been on a child, and they were found at the crime scene, and not sure the relevance at that time, but we did collect that.
Okay, so, how close were the unused diapers to the location of the baby suitcase?
They were, just, in the same trash pile, just, probably 25 feet or so from the body.
Did you, while you were on the crime scene, did you take any, I know you said you took some of the photos and participated, in them. Did you do anything else, like take measurements of other things found at the crime scene?
I remember helping Agent Ellis with pulling the tape. I didn't read the tape, but I held at what you call the zero end of the tape so that he could, from the roadway, take the measurements.
Are you still in contact with Agent Ellis? No.
I probably could, but I hadn't saw him in 25 years.
Long time, okay.
Long time.
It sounds like y'all were the main two
We
working the case.
We were.
All right, so, let's go to item, and how far, I just back up, and how far were the unused diapers from the,
Just a few feet,
okay.
probably maybe 20, 25 feet, 30 feet, I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. But this was unused diapers, though, not the diapers you have on her.
That was my impression, that's what it appeared, that's, the way that it's listed there.
Certainly. Okay, what's item number 3?
It's again, a couple of items that was collected, and we wasn't sure of the relevance at the time, but it's a pink, blaze with pink, flower suitcase.
Now, when you are at the scene, and I know you said this is the trash dump, no trash can, you said it's basically just a trash dump, like people throw it out illegally, is that correct? So when you're there investigating, would you have, picked up just random bags of trash in the woods to collect as evidence? Like, how do you determine what you're gonna collect as evidence in this case?
It's honestly hard to say, because you would pick up something that you think may tie to the crime scene, be a part of the crime scene, or may lead to a further development in the crime scene. And a lot of times you collect things that are worthless, that are not needed, that could be relevant, may or may not be relevant, but you don't pass the opportunity at the time, because if you do, then it's gone. You don't have opportunity to go back and get it again.
Would proximity be a factor?
It was definitely.
So I'm closer to the suitcase and the baby would play a role, proximity.
is a newspaper, Albany Herald newspaper, dated October 8th, 1988. And as you said earlier, it was in close proximity to the trash. And it was just a newspaper laying on the ground.
Did you think that had any significance? I mean, I know you collected it, but did you have any thoughts as a detective about that?
That item led us always to believe that there was a connection to Albany, Georgia. We didn't know that. We had no way to know for sure. We collected that, and as I said, I'm not sure, but we always suspected that there was a connection.
And we'll move down to item 5. And what is that? Would you like?
My TV cabinet appears to have Italy, the word Italy wrote on it, and it's marked with
So, do you know what Italy means? Is that anything, does that have any relevance to you being an investigator in Ware County, or a detective in Ware County?
Bickley, there is a community in Ware County known as Bickley. It's a good distance away. Ware County is a large rural county, and this community is a long ways away. But there is a community, much like Millwood, where it's very rural, very spread out, and the name of it is Bickley.
And you also said it said marked with E, was that?
That's how we designated it.
Okay, I got you, that's doesn't have anything to do with it. Okay, I just wanted to double check, yeah, I got you with D, trying to get that, okay. And on 6, what was that you collected?
It's a wooden board that was from the TV cabinet, and I noted on this one that it appeared to have blood on it.
And 7,
The top of a suitcase, and it's noted with concrete as well, marked item G.
okay, and 8,
The 1/4-inch plywood is white on one side, that again appeared to have blood on it, marked with item H.
was this plywood in item 8 part of the TV cabinet?
Yes,
And then what is item 9?
that's concrete, parts, concrete that was inside the cabinet, inside the TV cabinet, but outside of the suitcase.
Okay, so there was good, just make sure I understand this correctly, you testified, we saw pictures of there was concrete in the suitcase,
That's
but
right.
there was also concrete on the outside as well?
Right.
And I think you testified about 10 was the plastic sheet.
Right. It also was inside the TV cabinet.
And 11,
Again, plywood, this was 3/4-inch plywood, and it indicates with nails, it was taken from the back side of the TV cabinet. Marked item H, excuse me.
okay, and last 12,
TV cabinet face, this was clearly the front of the old console TV. And it had 3/4 plywood as well.
was, I'm just trying to picture, the plywood, was all the plywood part of the actual, the TV stand, or was the plywood added? Because I was looking at the nails part.
The plywood was added on the front and back. This would have been a square over console TV. And it would have been wooden for the top, bottom, and both sides would have been wooden. And then there was plywood added to the front and back.
And did it to enclose it, okay. We'll switch back to the first one. And so, once you collected this evidence, what did you do with the evidence?
Most of it was transported back to the sheriff's office where it was stored in the evidence room until it could be taken to the crime lab. The suitcase, the concrete, the bag, those things were taken to the morgue at the hospital. They smelled really bad, really bad, and so they were taken to the morgue and transported to the lab with the body.
And at the bottom, where it has, the lines under where it says chain of custody, what's the purpose of those lines under there? It appears your signatures on it.
That's the dates that they were released and to whom they were released to.
And what is the purpose of that?
It was transferred, the custody was transferred to the crime lab
And why would the evidence go to the crime lab?
to aid the investigation, any type of evidence or anything that they could find or obtain from those items. It would have been examined closely under a microscope or however they would do it. I'm not sure exactly, but however they would do that, they would be looking for evidence for identification or cause of death.
Based on your law enforcement experience over all these years, have more, and this might seem like a pretty plain question, but I still want to ask this, with your experience. Has the methods of investigation, forensic science, things you can test, has that evolved since 1988?
It has.
And would you say substantially, just based on your knowledge of investigation and your cases that you did while you were a detective?
Been a lot of events, a lot of changes since 1988.
And, so once you collected the evidence, did you have any further involvement? Did you do anything else regarding the case?
The only other thing that I remember helping with was a canvas of the area where where the body was found. It was about 0.6 of a mile to the Satilla River, and beyond that is Atkinson County, Georgia. You go into another county, and in that area, it's an area known as the Forks community, and there's some black residents in that area, and so we went and canvassed, what we call canvass, and we talked to every household, every residence there to try to get a lead in the case, try to determine who the child was and what happened.
And to your knowledge, was there any media coverage, I would say media, whatever media was back then, to your knowledge, was it ever in the newspaper or anything like that?
It was. There was articles locally. I'm not sure about any other coverage, but at that time we did have a daily newspaper in Lake Cross. It was covered then.
And as you said, that the GBI sort of took lead because you were there if needed. If they had requested Ware County Sheriff's Office service or your services, you were working right along with the GBI agent, would you have followed through with any requests or?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you, Sheriff, the defense for lots of questions.
All right, the defense may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sheriff. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
You were gracious enough to meet with our team a week ago, is that correct?
Last Friday.
Yes. And we discussed some photographs. Do you recall?
I do.
And I believe you were
trying to recall the origin or how those photographs were developed. That's right. And, I know you said you've been involved with this person for about 43 years.
January the 17th, 43 years.
When you talk about your post training, is that right? That's when you go and take classes on essentially how to be a police officer, make sure that you're up to date with law, is that correct? And you have a little over 3,900 hours, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know that number of training, post-training. I don't know that.
Do you recall taking classes in ethics and professionalism?
Absolutely. That's along the way, those definitely classes.
And you also take classes on presenting evidence in court, is that correct?
Somewhat, yes. It's,
And
requires skill, I guess you could say. I mean, you on the job type training.
And part of the reason why you testify is to tell the jury what you saw, is that correct?
That's right.
And when you tell the jury what you saw, do you try to tell it in a way that is accurate to what you actually saw?
That's right.
Your Honor, for the record, may I publish to the jury State's Exhibit 6, 7, and 8?
6, 7, 8.
No lights. Now, Sheriff, just want to make sure you were involved with the development of these photographs, is that correct?
That's right.
Your name among all the jury for these photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what you return?
Yes.
Now, Sheriff, can you explain the purpose of taking photographs again? Is it to assist others in their investigation later on?
Right, yes, sir, to accurately depict and to show the scene as it was at the time.
Because other people may have to rely on those photographs in order to make certain decisions, is that correct?
That's right.
And for example, the jury doesn't have to review those photographs. It's ultimately make a conclusion, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you see a reddish brown tint in those photographs?
I'm sure the leaves are brown in the background. I'm not sure where you're looking at.
Just the general.
Nothing jumps out at me.
So the picture looks exactly clear as it did on the day that you were on the scene.
Yes, I don't see anything with reddish brown.
There's no tint to the photograph.
I don't, to the photographs themselves.
Yes, do you see a tint?
This is, these photographs were, correct, if you will, for that.
Sheriff, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just
I'm not
asking.
sure.
We know that the
There
investigator
is, they do have a
Right, I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just asking if there's any.
There is somewhat, I guess, it's just inherent to the photograph.
And did you speak with anyone other than the defense team about these photographs?
No, earlier today, I did review some of the photographs of the prosecution. That was my first time seeing photographs. When you came over last Friday, I told you that I hadn't seen them. I didn't have any photographs in my file that I've been given with you.
Right, I only had one photograph in the file that we saw.
That's right, and it's a photocopy, I think, on the week viewed here today.
And it was my understanding from what you were saying is, you take the picture with the camera, and then the camera is taken somewhere to be developed, is that correct?
The film canister, 35 millimeter, at that time, and that's what we know is 35 millimeter film. It was a small canister, about this big around and about this long, and it has film, and you were able to load it in the camera, and once it's exposed, you rewind it into the canister, and so it's sealed. The film is then sealed, and you would have to take it to a photo lab to be processed to develop the photographs from it.
It is my understanding, I don't know if you talked to anyone about the photographs, but back in the 80s, they used this thing called sign dye. Are you familiar with these type of dye they use?
I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't, you said a dye?
Yes, in order to develop, there's a chemical that's used.
I'm not, I never, I don't have any experience with any of those other than, the photographs.
And we discussed this on Friday, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I believe you indicated you hadn't reviewed your file at that point in time, is that correct? You hadn't reviewed your file.
I have not. I had been out of town that prior week, and I pulled the case file, from the records division, when you arrived.
And we asked you about the photographs, and then you had heard nothing else about the photographs till this morning.
That's right. Yes.
Was there anyone from the district attorney's office or the DDI talk to you that maybe the photographs was a dye experienced thermal fading?
I've not heard that
Well, I'm
term.
gonna object, the sheriff's already testified, he didn't know anything about dye or development of photos. His prior testimony was that he took them to Walmart or gave them to the GBI. He's already testified, so that's basically asked and answered, and he would have to speculate he would do anything regarding development of photos.
That was my question.
I recorded, I hate to say.
My question was if anyone talked to him specifically about the process of developing these photographs.
No. No, sir.
And his answer is no.
Right.
Did you know if cyanide is used over time, it would create a reddish brown tint?
I'm not familiar with that term, so no, I'm not familiar with, that process or that, whatever it may call it.
Because this case has come since 1988, is that right?
That's right.
And multiple agents and sheriff's deputies have been lead on this case, is that correct?
The GBI has been lead on it, but there have been people from the Ware County Sheriff's Office that did follow some leads and did work on this case over the years.
And would those deputies report to you?
Probably, no, sir. No, sir.
What is the general chain of command? Are you over the sheriff's department?
I am now. At that time, I wasn't. Probably at that time, I was a detective, and that's, and in one of the pictures, Captain Arnie Hare was the supervisor, and, I stated that I was a detective. I stayed in that division until about 2001, when I went into administration, as a training officer at that time. reported to someone else, a division commander, not me.
So no one would have reported to you as also writing agents for use on these photographs. If optical writing agents for you, they would report it.
No, sir. No, sir. I haven't heard that.
So you would have no knowledge because they would report it.
That's, well, since 2021, I would, I think I would know it. I mean, that may be an investigator, something that technique, I may not have known about, but I've never heard of that, in any.
And I want to go back to December 21st of 1988. You responded, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury what corridor Z is?
Quarter Z is also known as Georgia 520, and again, it's the US 82. It's the highway that leaves Waycross, between Waycross and, as I said, it goes through Atkinson County and a number of other counties through Tifton and all over.
And you were aware that during that time, they were changing corridor Z, it was expanding.
It was at that time and before a two-lane state route, but it was under construction at that time. They were building a second lane and adding a second lane.
And when you say state route, do you know who would have to supervise the state route? Would that be the county or the Department of Transportation?
It would be the state, yeah.
So the state of Georgia.
Yes, if I understand you correctly, the county would not do any repairs or any interaction on the roadway, because it was a state highway.
And with your training and experience with law enforcement and investigating, is it your expectation that the state of Georgia Department of Transportation will keep records of who was working on that road?
I'm not sure. I have to imagine there would be a lot of contractors and subcontractors. If they kept a record of that, I wouldn't know.
Well, back in December 1988, can you review your report to see if you called the Department of Transportation?
I've reviewed the report since you and I talked, and I don't remember seeing anything about that. That is something that we did talk about, but it could this child have been connected to someone that didn't work on the highway?
And also around this time, do you remember a gentleman named Willie Jenkins? He lives in Waycross. You know Willie Jenkins.
I'm sorry, I don't remember anything.
Do you know Echols Construction?
Of course,
Construction. Well, I'm sorry,
I'm not familiar with that.
were you aware that they were actually building portions of Duncan Ridge Road on that day? The actual bridge over the Sicily River.
I don't remember that.
So did you go down the extra 6/10 of a mile to see the bridge?
Yes, we crossed over the bridge during our canvass into as I said, the forest community that's beyond the bridge. The county line is right near the bridge, so we would have been in Atkinson County.
I just want to make sure I understand Forest and Duncan Ridge Road. Do they both touch, I guess, Highway 82? Essentially, if you drive up Duncan Ridge Road, you end up on Forest Road.
You can, but I'm just referring generally to a community, and it's very rural, very sparse, but it's just an area known as the forest.
And this canvas, can you really elaborate on the canvas? Do you recall what you did?
What I remember that we did was went to all the residents there, all the homes in that area, and we talked
Do you recall the individual named Tony Whitfield in your report?
I remember that name being mentioned.
And do you recall if, do you have your report with you?
I do, I'm not sure exactly where that's at.
Madam President, what if I showed you a refresher recollection?
I see that page now.
So this page, is this referring to the canvas that you did?
This is a report that is relating to, and it is by Detective O'Neill. She was the investigator that was riding with me when we responded initially to that scene.
And according to, I guess, the report that Ms. O'Neill wrote, that you were with, did you talk to Mr. Whitfield and he identified 3 black people?
I didn't, as I said, Detective O'Neill, Peggy O'Neill prepared this report, and, but I don't have a memory, and I didn't do a report that they were talked to. There was, one that indicates that Irene Taylor was the only, black person in the area that had a small child. And it says, myself and Captain Herring attempted to locate Irene Taylor, but did not find her at home that day. That would have been Peggy O'Neill and Captain Herring.
Can you tell the court and the jury what other steps in this canvas have done?
What other steps?
Was there any other people that were visited?
I don't have a report of the ones that we talked to. I was with Agent Ellis, and I relied on him at that point as the lead investigator to record those places and interviews that we went to.
And when we visited you on Friday, you didn't actually look at your report, is that correct? You didn't look at your report, is that correct? On Friday, you recall that you looked at your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you have the cheat sheet that was attached?
I think this is it.
And if it was attached to your report, was that something that was turned into you?
It was turned in and made a part of the file.
Do you recall if you ever read that document?
I don't remember, this person that wrote this report was a dispatcher at that time.
And do you recall whether or not that person saw suspicious people?
If I may refer here. It's talking about a suspicious vehicle and a yellow Toyota or Nissan pickup truck traveling real slow. It stopped, it stopped on the roadway, driven, see, Matthew stated the driver was a black male, and I can't make out that word, maybe pickup, had a shovel in the back body.
Can you review your report and tell me what actions your agency took after receiving that report?
I can't, and I'm sorry, again, I wasn't part of this follow-up, and I don't remember why I wasn't, but, again, if there had been a report generated at this point, I don't see a date on this report, but it had to be relative to the time, because it's included with my report. I'm sorry, yes, it's a date written, handwritten on the bottom. And it's 12/23/88. But any of these follow-up or reports generated from this would have been by Agent Ellis. And I apologize for saying that, but he was the lead investigator. And so he would have been responsible for documenting these interviews and these follow-ups.
So, if I understand you correctly, if you received this report, you would have turned it over to the GBI.
That's right.
And it would have been the GBI's responsibility to follow up.
That's right. And I mean, that's what would have happened. As I said, I don't particularly remember this report. I don't remember following up on this.
And on the examination, I believe you testified a lot about property receipts. Do you recall that?
Sorry.
Property receipts.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And I believe you said it maintains the integrity of the case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to know where a piece of evidence is. Is that correct?
That's right.
Because you also said that forensic technology and ways to challenge and do scientific tests has also developed over time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you know where these items are, when the technology develops, you may be able to test those items. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you said that you know that DNA wasn't available on December 21st, 1988. Is that correct?
That's right.
Do you know when DNA became available?
My understanding is that it became available a few years later. I know we used it in another case in Ware County in the early 1990s. It was a very prominent, played a prominent role in that case about 1993.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm publishing Basic Exhibit 15. Yes, Your Honor. I believe I also heard you testify on that record that you signed this one.
Yes, sir.
Just on correct, your signature is right here.
That's right.
And you recognize your handwriting, right?
I do.
And do you recall what day you turned in items, specific items? Is there a way to use this sheet to figure out what day you turned in items?
Those items, the dates is to the left of my name, that they would have been transferred. That's what would have been transferred.
And is it important to put the date that it was transferred so you keep a record of where these items are, is that correct?
Right.
And so if you put the item A, which is a quarter plywood, white on one side, appears to have blood on it. Item 5, which is the bottom of the TV cabinet, with bigly written on it. Item 6, which is a wooden board taken from the TV cabinet, appears to have blood on it. On line number 2, that means that you actually turned it over on December 27th of 1988.
That's right.
And that's because your signature is on that form.
Yes, sir.
And you also have the next line, item 3, which is a pillowcase with pink flowers and washcloth.
Yes, sir.
Item 2, which is unused diapers. And item 7, which is the black metal suitcase top.
Yes, sir. That's right.
That also would have been turned over on
That's right.
December 27th.
Mhm.
And we know that because it's on this form.
Yes, that was the date that I signed it, and it was signed as received by the person at the crime lab.
And on the first line, it indicates that some stuff was turned over on December 22nd of 1988. Is that correct?
The item number 1, the suitcase, it was sent along with the body. It was kept in the cooler at the morgue, and it was sent with the body. That's why it's just labeled crime lab to cater to
And do you recall how the body and cooler got to the crime lab tape?
The practice and procedure then was the crime lab had a transport van that would come and pick those items up and transport them there and then bring them back when necessary.
And do you recall how the other items on lines 2 and 3 of State Exhibit 15 will be transported?
As I said before, my signature's on here, the crime lab signature's on here, but I do not have a specific memory of being present and giving those to the crime lab myself.
And just for the record, State Exhibit 16, would that be the same memory that you don't have a specific memory of turning it over?
That's right, and along with the same signature of one of the crime lab person.
And generally, as far as your law enforcement training experience, do you fill out these property receipt forms at the same time that you turn it over the materials?
They would have been prepared when the items were placed into evidence or taken. They would have been inventoried and the form would have been filled out
And when you say,
when they were collected.
when you say inventory and form filled out, are you referring to the top portion?
Yes, that's right.
And you recognize this as your handwriting?
Yes, sir. It is, I don't recognize perhaps Aaron, the one that received it.
That would be the person who would sign for it.
That's right, yes.
You're on the approach to witness. For the record, defendants exhibit 1 and 2. Now, do you see the same handwriting at the top of that form?
Where we're at?
Where we discussing the specific items, do you see that same handwriting? On defendants 1 and 2?
Yes,
And is that, just looking at the form as a whole, is that a fair and accurate representation or depiction of what defendants 1 and 2 report to be?
yes.
You know, just gonna remove the defendants 1 and 2. It's a property receipt from GCAP.
This is the biggest one. The one that's on the screen.
Well, this is state.
Okay, so defendants 1 and 2, Cass.
Yes, so what is that?
Okay. Yeah, Jeff.
Let me understand, Your Honor, because
You all have copies. Defendants 1 and 2.
it's the same exhibit states 15.
Your Honor, I would object to speaking. You
Okay,
trying to
so
indicate-
at 18, 1 and 2.
We got it from, yes, sir.
You got it from them, but was it labeled?
Yes, I turned it over, I just gave it to them.
Okay. Any objections to section 1 and 2?
So can
I mean, it's just 1 and 2.
can I,
1 second. I'm trying to get this straight first.
Mr. Edwards, can we have that over here, Mr. Edwards? That's a question that I can't answer without seeing the document. And yes, I have multiple copies of the duplicates of this document. We have multiple additional copies of the report and the force question.
Any objections? Is.
It does not appear to be a duplicate of what we were speaking of.
That is
No
not-
objection.
Okay.
Is that it, Your Honor? Commissioner
Pick
Butler?
one and two. Right, yeah, positions, Commissioner Cox, running on both, one and two.
And Sheriff James, I just want to make sure I understand Carpenter's correctly.
I was trying to correct that in looking at this, the numbers, I feel like it looked like my handwriting, the numbers on the far left, but, I'm just not certain about the writing on the evidence 1%. I recognize all of those things, and I know what they are, but I'm not sure, I can't tell you that I wrote that on there.
So, is it your testimony that you didn't, on December 22nd, 1988, right, that you turned over items 2, 3,
I did, that's,
so that is right?
yes, as I said, the numbers appear, to me to be my handwriting, but I can't tell you that those descriptions that were written there, I'm just not certain that they are, in my handwriting.
So, what I'm pointing for the record on line 2 at the bottom of the screen, where it has 2, 3, 5, and 6 turned over December 22nd, 1988, is it your testimony that that's not your handwriting?
That's different than the form. That's different than from the form that I have. The copy, I don't have the original, but it's different from the copy that I have.
And again, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8, do you know whether or not they were in your possession on December 22nd? Or did you turn them over on December 22nd?
The only one turned over on the 22nd was the suitcase, item number 1, that went to the crime lab along with the body.
So you didn't turn over the remaining items as listed?
That, not on the 22nd, that indicates on the 27th.
And Sheriff, I just want to make sure I understand, you have the document properly so that you know who's on it, is that correct?
That's right.
And I know you're the sheriff, not some people report to you. And I believe you were present at the 2012 meeting, do you recall that? The 2012 meeting about this case?
I'm not sure.
If I showed you a document with your fresh recollection?
Yes, yes.
So if you were president, then you probably were involved longer than 1988, is that correct? If you were present and actively participating in meetings?
In 2012, I was working at the sheriff's office, but not as an investigator. If so, it would have been.
You were a captain, I believe, right?
Historical. I think that's right, yes. I think that's right.
And you're under that proceeding, fresh recollection? And I'm presenting the witness a GDI summary, we just read it, and when you're done, just look up.
All 3 pages are just, it shows 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and 3.
Once your memory refreshes,
Okay. Yes.
refresh?
Somewhat. And do you remember in this meeting whether or not you hypothesized a theory about the connection?
To the road crew, yes, I think that's an accurate representation.
And going back to this canvas, was that one of your initial thoughts that the Albany newspaper was involved in that the child was committed to Albany?
Yes, sir. We thought it was, but we didn't have anything to support it.
Well, did you call Albany police or the Floyd County Sheriff to do a canvas?
I didn't, and, I'm not sure exactly what was done, in that regard.
Did you do anything to act on the suspicion that the child was related to Albany?
I did not, again, with the GBI being lead on this, we would rely upon them to take the lead and do that, especially since it was out of our area, out of our jurisdiction.
I just want to go back to the scene again.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that the child was wearing a diaper, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were wavering about whether or not it was two other diapers that were related, is that correct?
Right, yes, sir, the two unused diapers.
Well, did you look at the two unused diapers to see if it was a similar type of diaper as the one the child was wearing?
I don't remember doing that. I'm sure it probably was, but I don't have a recollection, and it's not recorded in my report.
And do you have an understanding of where those diapers are right now?
The last accounts I had, this evidence was turned over to the GBI, but at some point later on, because of space requirements and the case had become cold, and I don't remember when that was, that evidence was brought back to or some of it was. And again, I wasn't part of the investigations, or I wasn't a detective at that time, so I think the large parts were brought back to the sheriff's office.
And when you say brought back, are you referring to placing that shed behind the courthouse where the key got lost?
I'm not familiar with that. There was a building behind the courthouse. It's no longer there. It's torn down. It's where the district attorney's office actually was housed. As well, it was an old hospital building, and in one of the rooms on the upper floor, we were using that as evidence storage. It was secure.
And I understand that you did measure the case, is that correct?
That's right.
And do you know if anybody weighed the suitcase?
Wait,
Yes, see how much you weighed.
not that I remember.
You don't know how much the suitcase with concrete and child weighed?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not the concrete was related, is that correct?
Concrete.
Concrete. The concrete cement that you were referring to earlier, do you know if you ever submitted that for testing?
No, not to my knowledge. If someone did, I don't know.
Did you know that you could compare to see if the same concrete was used in that suitcase as on other road construction in the area?
I'm sure they probably could have analyzed it some way, but to my knowledge, that wasn't done.
It wasn't done?
To my knowledge, it wasn't done. But I have to say again, the GBI was the lead investigation, the lead in this case. And so we would rely upon them at that point.
And I know you said the child wasn't completely cased in concrete, but it was a significant amount of concrete, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember stating that you believe it weighed at least 100 pounds.
I don't remember saying that.
I don't remember saying it.
It was,
appendix exhibit number 2. And where it says item number 10, December 22nd, 1988, James, Savannah Lab, you saying that's not your handwriting?
No, sir. And again, that form is different than the one in my file.
So, and that form is different from the one that the state uses? That form is different from state, if it's
It's the same except for my signature on it.
and you don't know who put that signature on
Written in the blue ink, just the word James. I don't recall, because that's different than, the form that has my full name signed. And it's different on the bottom part. The top parts are the same, the numbers and the items and descriptions, that appears to be the same, but as far as the items listed and where my signature is and the crime lab person, that's different than the ones in my file.
And if the forms were consistent and evidence did turn up missing, we would have a clear record if the forms were consistent, is that correct?
I'm not sure if,
Well, do you know if any evidence is missing?
I don't,
But you know this form is the same as the form that you have? It's not.
right, it's different in the items and the description, but on the bottom, where the bottom part of it, which indicates chain of custody, the signature is different. These forms that I have, although they're photocopies in my file, have my full name signed to it.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that approach,
Yes, sir, what are you approaching with?
defendant exhibit 3.
Finish, can we go back to school then? That's fine. Finish, finish, finish. What's the finish, finish, finish?
It is a record of evidence from the GDI file.
Okay.
Now, Sheriff James, you indicate that you were instrumental in collecting the evidence, is that correct?
I was a part of that, yes, sir.
And you've been to the crime lab and turned over evidence, is that correct?
Rarely.
But you've done it before.
I can't tell you that I've ever been to the crime lab in Atlanta. But I've been to the one in Savannah. I can't tell you that I've ever been to the crime lab in Atlanta.
But you have been to the one in Savannah.
I have,
And Savannah is not that far from Freakoff, is that correct?
about 100 miles,
So maybe an hour and a half?
2 hours.
2 hours. And were you aware that the GDI also maintained receipts of when evidence is turned in?
I was supposed that the lab would do that.
And that would be because it would be a duty to keep track of everything for other purposes, right?
I would think they would, yes, sir.
And there's no reason for any of these documents to be altered, is that correct?
To be altered,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
Remember, at this time, we'll move to tender defendant's exhibit 3.
The objection.
we need to have a, like, hearing on that side, person.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it's defendant's exhibit 3, subject to the court's ruling admitted.
Excuse me?
It's defendant's exhibit 3, subject to the court's ruling admitted.
Yes.
Sheriff James, do you have defendant's exhibit 3 in front of you? Do you have defendant's exhibit 3 in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And could you look towards the bottom of the page,
The first page.
of the first page, yes?
Okay, yes, sir.
Do you see where it has entry 02?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you see where it says date received December 27, 1988?
I do.
And do you see it says received by RWP?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And do you see that it was received from Detective Carl James and S.A. Jim Ellis?
Yes, sir, should, it's Special Agent Ellis, yes, sir, I do.
And going back to State's Exhibit 15, which is displayed for the jury, that will be December 27th when you turn it over, items 8, 5, 6, and 3, 2, 7.
That's right, yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 16, when you turn it over, item number 10.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, Sheriff, who forged your name on Defendant's Exhibit 1?
The form there, now, I don't know. I don't know.
Doesn't further time.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sheriff James, the defense was asking you about, this brown tint, they're proclaiming as a brown tint on the photographs. And you made the statement that, well, it's sort of inherent to the photo, and you mentioned photos and back then. Can you explain to us, to the jury, what you mean by that's sort of inherent in the photo?
Well, in my experience, the processing, it wasn't as sharp. You didn't see the brilliant colors that you do today, like with digital photography. That's just the way photographs look back then.
Was there anything in that photograph, in any of the photographs that I showed you, was there anything in there that looked like it wasn't supposed to, different than what you saw that day? Anything that had been manipulated or altered, or somebody went there with some brown tint and changed the suitcase? Was there anything you saw when you looked at those photos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sheriff James, I'm going to show you what I'm about to mark as State's Exhibit 17. Okay, spell checking. And thank you for that. You're, after, being asked about your name before, thank you for letting us know that. And I'm gonna show you. 16, show you what the state intend to mark as State's Exhibit 16. And I want you to look at this and see if you recognize that, and if you put on gloves, or if you want me to, you have gloves. That's right, for the best you can do.
The top has been cut. But it is, looks like the same top with a little forced emblem on the crest. Like it regressed the top of the shirt. And the thermal underwear, thermal pants, bottoms, that the child was wearing.
So you identified these as the ones the child wearing the day you saw that on December 21st at that scene. Is it barely look like the same?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we would do the two intersections at 16. So it's baby does, I'm sorry. The 16? I'm sorry, I apologize. 17, there would be baby does, pajamas.
It's no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Page 17 is submitted. Page 2 of the evidence form.
About. Page 2. That's correct. Sheriff James, when you testified that those photos I asked you about were fair and accurate depictions of what you saw that day, is that true? Is that true? The photos, they look like what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Notify you when someone was arrested in this case? Did you know about it?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever know about anyone arresting Stoney Wingfield? The defense asked you about Stoney Wingfield.
No,
Okay. What about Irene Taylor? Was she ever arrested?
no, ma'am.
And being the James Ellis being the lead investigator, can you just explain to the jury what duties a lead investigator does? What are their responsibilities in the case?
Well, I would say, just as the name suggests, they take the lead, they make most of the decisions, and if they need our help, they would ask us, because again, the GBI has a lot more resources, personnel-wise and otherwise, than we do on the local level. That's why they're called in, on these kind of cases.
So am I understanding that you're not making decisions as to what to test or what to do or what leads to follow unless the GBI, the agent in charge, would have contacted you and requested that, is that correct?
And I may know about it, but he wouldn't have requested, from me or through me. I mean, that would have been a request from that person to the lab.
Right. All right, that's it, brother.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Might you step down? Is excused?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you for your time, testimony, and safe travels. All right, now ready to go? You ever leave here? All right. Michael, you're excused this time.
No objection on the.
No objection to this day. Thank you.
Thank you for informing service, time, cooperation, and your attendance. We'll ask you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we can begin testimony. You will come back to the, listen, we'll take you. Okay? Thank you very much. We are recording on. After you guys don't allow substitute anyone, allow anyone to substitute, like all the media, you're choosing while you're in here, and, your decision